right, we are back. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk about watches. It's so nice to see all of you already trickling in. Make yourself at home, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to catch you up with some details. We're going to finish the month off strong. We are going to finish the year off strong. And let's start with catching up on some of the stuff that I posted on Instagram. Uh, Finally, I have a proper watch for Monday blues, so to speak. Blue Watch Monday, Blue Dial Monday, whatever you want to call it. It's really a beautiful watch that I'm enjoying just due to its quirky complication, um, and just the fun fonts and colors as well. And there's something about this blue that I'm trying to find the right words and prepare a kind of video for it as well. That's really captivating, and that I think has some measure of connection to Daniel Roth as a person. So we'll talk about that more, but I just couldn't pass up on that particular reflection, so I had to snap a shot of it, and it really looks even better with that texture of the guilloche in the gadroon shape, right? You know, the kind of engine turning work you would see that frames the reverso case, or the kind of decoration you have on St. Dupont lighters. That's the kind of texture that dial has too, even though, of course, in most pictures, unless it's a close-up, it doesn't really show, because it's, well, on the one hand, because it's quite fine, but also because I don't think the work is actually um, as artisanal, let's put it this way, as it is on those early independent pieces that Daniel Roth had released under that name. And you would find a similar watch with the reference C127. When it comes to his early work, or I think also 2127 too. Um, in either case, those watches would often have the Roman numerals instead of the Arabic numerals, in a very classic font. Of course, no mark of luminous material on the dial, and the oversized subdial at 6 would actually be for the seconds, whereas on this more commercial model, it is converted into a pointer date, which I don't mind. I think it's fun. The date is not a complication that I need. Maybe I'm too blessed, but more importantly, it's the only way it really provides an interruption for me in terms of design is when it's cut out that does not really align with anything else on the dial or on the design. Uh, in this case, of course, this is something that I like and appreciate. This was from when the celebrities had started trickling into the Las Vegas Grand Prix. As you guys know, it was the first time that Formula One race was held in Las Vegas. We have now not one, not two, but three major tracks in the US. We had Austin for a while. Miami was added a few years ago. And Vegas, I think, provided uh, another experience. Some people thought it was maybe a little too extravagant. Verstappen was basically kind of the spokesperson of this understanding that he felt like he was part of a clown show or a circus or whatever else he called it. Um, I think he's trying too hard. Um, I don't imagine he is actually that kind of a killjoy. I think it's part of the mystique that he feels obliged to say things like that. Maybe my particular distaste for this character comes out, but I think it just speaks to his lack of understanding, perhaps, that sports at that kind of level is about the show, right? There's a reason why Formula One is more popular than ever. Um, and of course, the larger globalization of the sport is part of that popularization. Um, but it's important that it became a thriving part of the American sports scene too. And again, you can hate a lot of things about American sports, but you can't really blame them for not knowing how to market their products. And Verstappen would probably make only a fraction of this money in another era of Formula One, even with the same level of success. So I think he should just shut up and put up with it. But this was really interesting for me because Patrick Dempsey showed up, and we have known him in the past as Tag Heuer ambassador. We have known him more recently as a Porsche design ambassador. But of course, he was actually wearing Rolex Daytona, namely a vintage Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 6263 with the black dial. And tell me also, guys, I'm still undecided on this when I'm on Instagram, if you find it helpful when I accompany these kinds of shots with a second picture that at least shows a generic example of the same model, if not necessarily a close-up of the same watch. If you would just express your opinion on that, I would find that really helpful. Sometimes I feel the power of suggestion, as long as you can make out what the watch is on the wrist, is good enough. Sometimes I go and do something like what I did here with Martin Scorsese, who is wearing his classic 50th anniversary Submariner, his Kermit, so to speak. And I juxtapose that with a rather generic picture of a Kermit. So I don't really know what I prefer. And honestly, the numbers on Instagram have been absolutely awful for the last few months, much worse than the numbers I would get, the likes I would get, the exposure I would get when I had only a fraction of the followers I have today. So I've always found it strange. I don't want to really indulge in conspiracy theories, but it is what it is. This is Scorsese in Killers of the Flower Moon, and a random enough close-up shot. Dempsey with his 6263 with the black dial, which you can make out, of course, From the general configuration of the face of the watch, you can make out the coronet here, the black bezel inserts, bakelite acrylic, screw down crowns. Quite a cool watch, and it's, again, it kind of speaks to the status of Rolex. I remember Jean-Claude Biver making a similar argument about Patek in a bygone era, where he always preferred to wear Patek Philippe watches for trade shows, simply because it had that authority of having an identity that is above any other brand. And I think I'd make the same argument about Rolex, and especially vintage Rolex in one of its iconic iterations. You know, whether we are talking about a Submariner, a Daytona, you keep seeing it on the wrists of, you know, brand executives, top level independent watchmakers. I was seeing, you know, again, I see vintage Rolex Daytonas on the wrists of major designers who work for LVMH. Speaking of major designers and celebrity sightings, last night I saw Tyler, the Creator, walking by with his friends somewhere in Santa Monica. Yeah, if it didn't feel too creepy, I was actually just go in and do a wrist check, but I didn't dare, because, you know, he had his whole entourage. You know, who knows how he will react, how people around him will react. And honestly, in Los Angeles, in Southern California these days, you certainly don't want a guy like me walking towards you out of the blue and asking to see the watch on your wrists. But that was fun. That was fun. Very nice guy, and has an interesting sense of style, which I really enjoy, even beyond his watch collection. And yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. My Daniel Roth Premier Retrograde with the retrograde hour hand. Hey, Archieverse is closed this evening. Well, you're welcome here. You're more than welcome here. Hit the like button, please. I appreciate you. The Whiskey Reaper. Nice to see you, man. I see you. I see you. Tiff Nadell, can't even trust the well-dressed. Well, I mean, I think our jumper game, our sweater game was quite on point. I was wearing my new Polo Bear sweater. He had some sort of fashionable off-white number that looked like a fisherman's sweater of some sort, like maybe like an Aran knit, but not exactly. You know, I don't know if it was actual, you know, real real Irish style knit, but it was a nice piece, nice sweater that he was wearing. And yeah, this I was wearing the same sweater actually, which of course doesn't show in the picture, but this is the real Cars and Chronos FP Jaune Tourbillon Souffrant from the Ruthenium collection. I'm sure most of you guys know something about this collection. It was François Paul Jaune's way of saying goodbye to the brass movement era, as it was as they were being phased out and changed onto the 18 carats pink gold movements that we are familiar with today. It's really introduced and solidified 40 millimeters for a case size. And they were released over the entire series of models and with an additional line called Octa Jour et Nuit with a day-night indicator, as you might expect, with 99 pieces for each model. Extremely limited with ruthenium plated brass movements, ruthenium coated dials, and you never know what kind of exceptions they make to what kind of customer, but I generally know Jean as a brand as being quite rigid. You might call it principled as well, where they stick to their guns, where they don't reproduce or remake things from their past. And another thing that I had heard all over the place is usually for these kinds of prestige models, you can't order the bracelet after the fact. So all that is being said and done, this piece is one of 99, but also probably one of not many, as another brand has as their slogan, featuring a platinum case matched with a platinum bracelet. And I have to say, the F.B. Jean bracelets are very underrated. I don't think they get enough credit for the kinds of bracelets they do, which of course have a lot of heft and a nice construction, but also in general are very supple and wearable, very comfortable. So thank you, Cars, for letting me play around with it for a while and do this wrist roll. The stunning color of the dial really doesn't come out under this particular light. I'll see, I have from an auction preview, I have a chronomètre résonance from the ruthenium collection that I filmed before, and you can get a better sense of the dial color there. Right. It's a little better. And you get a feel of what the movement looks like as well. Of course, this is a different caliber than the tourbillon. With the tourbillon, you get more of a big bridge plate with nice Côte de Genève, nice Geneva stripes. But the aesthetic of a ruthenium plated brass movement is something that these two models, of course, have in common. The reason I wanted to show you that particular piece from the Cars and Chrono collection is because I'm doing a very special show and the very first of a new segment tomorrow, which I call Rare or Rare, references and auction results that focus specifically on the F.B. Jean tourbillon through generations. Right? We're going to talk first about the main references, the specific series or generations that have been so far recognized and detailed by collectors. Even perhaps pay attention to some of the more rare models, limited editions that have come up over the years, especially if someone wants to talk, someone wants me to talk about it more, but primarily we're going to focus on the reference T, the original that harkens back to early 90s prototypes that F. Bejan did himself, the Tourbillon Nouveau, which replaced it in 2004, and which used the remontoir d'égalité to operate deadbeat seconds dial, deadbeat seconds indicator on the dial. And we're going to also talk about the as the two bookends, the T30 as well as its limited version T10, which are watches that take inspiration from that first watch that François Paul Jean built, that pocket watch that carried his brand, and that was a tourbillon as well. That was produced on the 30th anniversary as a limited edition. That's a watch that has come up on this channel. I'm sure you have an idea, but stay tuned for tomorrow. And we're going to also talk a little bit about the new reference, the tourbillon vertical, the vertically installed tourbillon that has been in production since 2019, which of course marked the 20th anniversary of the F. Bejan tourbillon wristwatch. Anyway, this is a beautiful watch. I can have it on the screen for the rest of the show, but we do have to attend to other watches, talk about other watches. Hi, Basil. Nice to see you, man. So we are gonna, you remember I had a little technical issue last time around when we were talking about the online portion of the Passion for Time auction that has been going on for 2 weeks now. And that's actually concluding in less than 7 hours now. In fact, in about 6 hours and a half. So what better time to talk about it? What better time to zoom in and see which watches have been attractive so far, which have not yet attracted any bids, and others perhaps that are perhaps even overperforming. And I will start maybe with a couple of pieces that I've put on the thumbnail. Last time I had the show, I had lot 2245 on the thumbnail. Which reminds me of, by the way, talking about other pieces, but this was a limited edition of the Vacheron Constantin overseas dual time from the previous generation. It is a pink gold version with a chocolate brown dial that presents Vacheron Constantin's take on the dual time complications, specifically popular in the overseas case. This was a limited edition of 250 units, if I'm not mistaken, and this particular example is number 2 of that. You can see the easiest way of telling, outright that it's not the most recent version, most recent iteration, is the closed case back. Of course, the overseas was at the outset designed, and especially in the second generation, renewed as a serious sports watch, serious tool watch, even though it is obviously a luxury watch. So the properties that many enjoy so much today, the 150 meters of the depth rating and the anti-magnetic construction of the case, have already been present in the second generation. And I think in terms of these kinds of models, when it comes to the chronograph, when it comes to the dual time, some people even prefer the second generation. It might be for a particular kind of limited edition, which is the case right here. It might be for aesthetic reasons as well. Of course, the big date version of the chronograph with the big eye as well is a very different look from how the Vacheron Constantin overseas chronograph looks today, which is very lovely, but also a little generic, right? You know, it kind of looks, for me, too close to comfort when you compare it to an AP Royal Oak chronograph, which is already a watch I don't really like in that configuration, right? Maybe the Everest version of the overseas chronograph can do away with that sense of proximity, because the look of the watch, the aesthetic of the watch is really different in terms of the color combination and the dial and whatever. And dual time certainly has its distinct character within the overseas series, and that was already case in the second generation. This is for, oops, hopefully I didn't screw something up here. This is, of course, okay, I did not. There's another low-key piece from the second generation of overseas that has flown under the radar for the longest time. And I don't know why that is. I think it has, of course, something to do with the fact that they have become rather expensive. I have to say, at least not cheap. But within this genre of the luxury sports watch, of course, that 70s genre that really began with Gérard Jantin's popular designs, you usually have the time and date versions. The originals were actually two-handers, right, being built on the JLC 920 base without the seconds hand. And over time, different complications were added to the selection, but it's very, you have perpetual calendars, which are represented by, of course, AP for the Royal Oak. Vacheron Constantin has quite a lot of iterations in the ultra-thin perpetual calendar version of the overseas, which is been quite popular in its own right. And there's, of course, the 5740 for the Nautilus, which again builds on that tradition of ultra thin aesthetic. But in the previous generation of the overseas, there was actually a perpetual calendar chronograph, which I think is a piece that's almost never discussed. This is the version of it that was not limited. It was pink gold on the rubber band and the leather band. I think both were supplied with this beautiful slate gray dial, the moon phase indicator, and running seconds at 6 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, you have a 30-minute totalizer that shares the space with a pointer date. And at 9 o'clock, you have the 12-hour counter, which is encircled by the indicator for the days of the week. At 12 o'clock, you have the month, as well as a leap year indicator that is ensconced within that subdial. And of course, you have a centrally deployed chronograph hand that shows at least on the indicator down to 1/5 of a second. I'm thinking, considering the frequency, it should probably be more precise, but that's what you have on the Reho, so you would have to content yourself with that. I think this is a beautiful watch and quite, I'm not going to say unique, but quite difficult to find something that combines the two prestige complications in this kind of case and in this kind of style. And I'm usually quite surprised that people don't pay attention to these pieces. Again, by no means is this a cheap watch, but considering how much you would have to pay on the secondary markets for the 5740, which is of course an application piece with years and years of weight, even with some collectors who are otherwise held in high regard by Patek Philippe. That costs, I think, 150,000, the perpetual calendar, which is a beautiful watch, very thin, amazing white gold piece with the full bracelet. The Vacheron Constantin overseas perpetual calendars in this generation, again, of course, without the chronograph, I think are also six-figure pieces, if I'm not somehow missing something. Yeah, most certainly. Most certainly. They are, I think, 110,000 and above, basically. I think with the blue dial and the opaline white dial in pink gold and the blue dial white gold, they are 111,000. So suddenly, depending on what you think, what you prefer, this starts looking like a deal. There was also, for those who have to wear something in steel, there was a limited edition version of this that had very much the same uh, aesthetic as the so-called overseas deep stream, the chronograph, which had a stainless steel case and a titanium bezel, and also an anthracite gray dial that sort of matched the color scheme of that sandblasted titanium bezel. I want to say this was an 80-piece limited edition that was probably introduced for the opening of the New York boutique, but don't quote me on that. Um, I have a very vague memory of that. I might be wrong, but essentially you are looking at the same watch, the reference 49020, but in stainless steel as part of an 80-piece limited run, which comes, of course, with the full bracelet as well as the leather band. And I'm sure it can be fitted with the rubber band as well. And I kind of like the aesthetic of this a little better. It seems that it fits the ethos of the watch a little better, right? You know, with the thickness, it just seems like, you know, it maybe is a little more interesting in stainless steel with this shades of gunmetal gray, both on the titanium bezel and the anthracite gray dial. And this is a full set and a new all stock watch apparently, but the the pink gold version was in the low 60s. This is in six figures. This is 100,000. But yes, after that digression, maybe I should return to the watch that started this discussion, which was the limited edition of the overseas second generation dual time in pink gold on the matching bracelet with the chocolate brown dial, reference 47450 slash B01R. And that piece had an estimated value of 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs, but with about 7 hours to go, lot 2245 is actually currently being bid at 32,000 Swiss francs. My God, that's amazing. Um, Maldives just sent me a picture of the perpetual calendar chronograph that we were just looking at on his wrist. I'm assuming uh, it belongs to his collection. Yes, apparently it's one of his first big boy watches. That's let me know, Maldives, if I can, if I'm allowed to bring it up. And I like the Oxford shirt with university stripes as well. Just as a side note, it is my style, as you know. right. So take let's take a look right there. Oh, no longer in the collection. That I'm kind of sad about that, but I'm glad you had the experience at the very least, because it is really it's really a beautiful watch. I think most certainly a big boy piece, and it is on the rubber band there. So amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, man. This is great. I think it's a watch that no one really talks about, and I don't understand why that is. Maybe, yeah, maybe because it's the previous generation, right? People are always more so into shiny and new things. It's possible. On today's thumbnail, we were looking at an example of the Nautilus flyback chronograph with dual time, reference 5990, which I believe is now discontinued with this particular dial. I think they have it in stainless steel with the classic black and blue gradient dial, and they also have it in pink gold in the same way. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, Maldives. We're looking at the lot 2335 of the Passion for Time collection. By the way, if you missed it, this was the auction that was at the center of some controversy during the fall auction weekend in Geneva. Remember, one of the Christie's auctions that focused on the private collection of a single collector, namely Mohammad Zaman, started 45 minutes late, started with a new third-party guarantee agreement that was signed in the 11th hour, and um, dramatically dramatically raised on many different lots the lower end of the estimates, which that third party entity agreed to pay in the absence of larger bids. If you're a finance guy, you will understand what I mean. It's like buying puts, right? Puts, I should say. But you know, it's not maybe a method that's very familiar in the watch scene. Certainly not entirely uncommon in the auction scene, because they do it for arts. Basically, it's uh, guarantees the the bear, so to speak, right? The person who is who has decided to sell at that point. Uh, the person who gives the guarantee is by definition more bullish because they more or less think of this particular moment where we are observing a crash in the watch market as simply a blip. They believe in the future value of these pieces. And obviously, if the watches actually end up selling for more than the lower estimate that they have guaranteed, they also end up getting a share of that profit as well. Anyway, so a lot of the collection has been sold in this way for about 39 million Swiss francs in total, if I'm not mistaken. But there's still 117 um, lots that is uh, being sold as we speak, and that is going to conclude in about 6 hours and a half. And this is a version of the 5990, which is the chronograph version of the Nautilus with flyback functionality as well as the dual time display. And of course, if you look a little bit closer, you will see the signature of the esteemed New York house, Tiffany and Company, as well, in addition to Patek Philippe Genève. So that adds just a little more value to the piece. Which already is, of course, one of the top of the line and one of the more desirable Nautilus pieces. You know, we talked about this in different guises from different directions, but some people, even though they like the aesthetic by and large of the Nautilus, perhaps find it too fine, maybe too dressy. This kind of complicated version certainly takes care of that particular concern because this is a relatively chunky watch when you think of the category, and especially when you think of the Nautilus. 5990 is 12 and a half, whereas the 5711 is 8.3. And of course, the new 5811 has slightly shaved off from that thickness. I think it's more like an 8.2. So this version of the stainless steel Patek Philippe Nautilus chronograph with the dual time function, retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany and Company, is currently being bid at 140,000 Swiss francs. The pre-auction estimate was set between 100,000 and 200,000 Swiss francs. It was lots 2235. Of course, one of our favorites on this channel when it comes to contemporary Patek Philippe is this world time with the self-winding chronograph with the flyback functionality. You guys know I much prefer the 5930G to the current production model, which is the 5935A. There are a number of reasons for that. I do prefer the case size when it comes to the 5930. Um, it scales right under 40 millimeters, whereas the new stainless steel version with that Salmon dial is 41 millimeters. I think that unnecessarily bloats up the watch. I also think that between the pattern of the dial, which is kind of like a larger version of the traditional basket weave, which kind of harkens to a carbon fiber uh, pattern, and the salmon pink shade of the dial, it, it's kind of neither fish nor fowl for me, right? I don't know if it's a serious watch trying to be cool, or if it's a sports watch trying to be elegant. Whereas I think for the 5930G, uh, those questions are, I think, answered in a much more balanced way with the proportions of the case, uh, with the blue dial, and a kind of classic guilloche pattern at the center. Of course, there is a 30-minute totalizer, a small single subdial at 6, column wheel, vertical clutch. So your only second hand is centrally deployed, but you can use it with abandon, so to speak, without having to think about any extra friction or tension on the movements. And I kind of like this bullhead aesthetic, right? Between the 10 o'clock pusher, which is, of course, to um, quote unquote travel from one time zone to the other, and the start stop pusher for the chronograph. It ultimately creates a very sporty aesthetic for what is otherwise perhaps one of the most aspirational and also most iconic complications for a dress watch. Of course, another thing that I really like about Patek's World Time series is usually the micro rotor movements, which builds on the caliber 240 heritage. This is, of course, not the case because this particular watch uses the base of the self-winding chronograph caliber CH28. I believe it's 28-520HU for this particular movement. This is lot 2234 from the online selection of Christie's Passion for Time auction. We're looking at a Patek Philippe World Time chronograph with flyback functionality, 5930G with the blue dial. The pre-auction estimate was set between 30,000 to 60,000 in Swiss francs, and the piece, with 6 hours and a half left on the clock, is currently being bid at 35,000 Swiss francs. Same Peter, thank you so much. $2, too cluttered with that extra text below Genève. You were saying that about the 5990 or about this? Obviously, this doesn't have much in Genève. I guess I have my answer. That's an interesting take. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Why would you want that? Right? I mean, look, people love the extra Tiffany signature so much that I've even seen um, some collectors covering up outright mistakes in some of the stamping of the dial. Right? I saw, for example, three liners, so to speak, right, where um, I don't know what the hell the person who was doing the stamping that day was thinking. For example, um, okay, let's go back to that 5990 because that has no, actually. Let's go to, for example, if we have any more Tiffany, that would really help. But we don't. Okay. Um, Let me show it at any rate on a Nautilus. So imagine if this Nautilus was retailed by Tiffany, the signature usually goes here, right, at 6 o'clock. And in fact, the signature usually goes to the same place, right, right here, right? You basically, the index, the hour marker at 6 touches one of the ribs, skip a rib, the signature goes here. Um, Whereas I've seen some pieces, right, that are signed right here under Patek Philippe Genève. And I think it was Ben Clymer who came up with the bullshit term like high signature or something. But you guys know, right? Once you come up with a cool name for something, and if it is actually rare, even when it is a defect or a mistake, it can acquire extra value. But people love that signature. So wherever it is on the watch, uh, especially if it's on the face of the watch, they will go after it. Um, that's why there's not even a comparison when you see a Hanjar, and we will look at a couple of examples in this auction on the dial of a Rolex, Patek, or other watch. And when you see a Hanjar on the case back, right? If it doesn't show, it's not as as striking, as cool, and ultimately as valuable. Um, because there are Pateks that have been retailed with by Tiffany and Company, um, and you might even be able to connect them with a better provenance, with a better paper trail than some of the watches that carry that signature on the dial. All of that being said, those watches who have been retailed by Tiffany, if they're not signed on the dial, uh, don't really have all that much premium. Whereas if you have the stamp, and if it is the right stamp, um, it makes all the difference, right? I don't care much about that stuff, but I understand why others do, and I understand why it means something. I think overall, also, the co-signature as a concept, I really like, right? I think part of it is a certain kind of romanticism and nostalgia, as it were, um, because a lot of brands don't do this anymore. Rolex doesn't do it with anybody anymore. Patek only does it with Tiffany. Um, so it goes back to that time where these brands would collaborate with select jewelers for these kinds of pieces, where these brands would make limited runs of certain pieces with a certain customized detail. Those days have passed. I think that's part of the charm. Of course, the rarity, and of course, just the narrative of two big houses coming together, which was, of course, kind of embodied in that 5711 with the Tiffany blue dial that was made in 170 examples for the 170th year of collaboration between Patek Philippe Genève and Tiffany & Co. in New York. We're looking at lot 2237. This is a beautiful Royal Perpetual calendar with the reference 25554BA, all in yellow gold with the champagne dial. Early enough in the production where it does not have the leap year indicator on the dial, which I think gives a very clean and, at least to my mind, a very desirable look. Let me grab my water as we speak. I can still talk to you. Much as I adore the classic tapestry, petit tapestry dials, especially, I think with this yellow gold piece, the champagne dial looks absolutely beautiful as well. I mean, imagine a day date, but much cooler, right? You get a better bracelet, you get a better complication. And you get the moon on your wrist. What else would a man want? And of course, one of the beautiful things about the earlier generations of the Royal Oak Perpetual calendar is, well, are the proportions, right? Because essentially you have a Royal Oak jumbo case, which has the complication. So you have a time and date watch, which is right around 7.1 millimeter and 39 millimeters in diameter, 7.1 thickness, 39 millimeters in diameter. And the early generations of the Royal Oak Perpetual calendar are also 39 millimeters and only 7.5 millimeters thick. It's really amazing. And as you can see, this is literally one of the first couple of hundreds, number 122, as it's engraved on the back of the case. Of course, overall, it's in great condition with clean, crisp hallmarks, closed case back. Really stunning piece. Comes with a presentation and winding box as well, wooden, AP's own, but no other box or papers or documents. And surprisingly, there are no bits on it. I'm sure someone is, someone has their alarm set up, maybe for a New York morning or in the middle of the night here, or rather in in the wee hours of the morning in Los Angeles, and I'm sure someone's gonna try to snipe this piece. Amazing, amazing. The estimated value of the piece was between 60,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs, and the starting bid, which hasn't been triggered yet, is right at that price point as well, with less than 6.5 hours to go for lot 2237, which is an early AP Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar in yellow gold on its integrated bracelet. Reference number 25554BA. I don't think it's low per se, I'll put it this way. I'm sure you have already thought about this, but sometimes it's so commonsensical that we don't even think about it. There are two reasons as to why an auction house has a conservative estimate. The one that I talk about all the time on this channel is, of course, it's a teaser, right? It's set specifically, expressly with the purpose of tempting potential buyers, so they would, in fact, get those initial bids in and potentially down the road get into a bidding war with other enthusiastic buyers, or bidders rather. The second reason is much more logistical and can escape attention sometimes, but it's insurance, right? Oftentimes, higher pre-auction estimated values can drive up the bill for insurance quite quickly, right? So oftentimes, to take on that risk themselves and to save up on the insurance premium, auction houses have the tendency to establish lower estimates with the expectation that they can insure it for less, but still sell it for the market price and more, possibly, right? Because the other reason that I talked about first kind of balances it out, right? You can drive up the price by establishing a conservative pre-auction estimate, because that will lure more people into the bidding. And it also saves you money on the insurance premium because you value it for less. So those are the two main reasons as to why auction houses set low estimates, relatively speaking, of course. But yes, right, a Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar is, even in this market, seemingly a six-figure watch, but no one has bid on it yet, so you never know. And honestly, everything is falling and will continue to fall. I think it's very hard to say this or that watch will most certainly hold value over the next year. I wouldn't trust anyone who predicts a serious recovery for for um, next year's market. I think we will see more uh, more of a downfall in terms of the prices. I think we will see more gray market dealers going out of business, and maybe some that you don't even expect, some you see as being too big to fail. I think same thing can go. Um, Same kinds of shifts might happen in terms of the journalism part of the watch world. Some outlets might change form, some might disappear altogether, some might change hands again. Um, I'm not going to say any more, but that's that. But speaking uh, of the market, of course, please do bookmark, turn on the notifications uh, for tomorrow's show, which is going to tackle this problem through a very specific kind of watch, which is the FP Jaune Tourbillon. This is tomorrow's live stream. Of course, we are going to talk about uh, the different references and the different series. But because we are going to go through auction results from specifically from the last 5 years, we will have a sense of where things have gone and where are they trending now. And I think perhaps Jaune is the best brand to finally bust some myths, because even in the darkest times for the market, even in those times where the market crash was quite tangible, people kept saying that, but look at all these Jaune watches, they seem to be performing extremely well. They're in fact gaining value. But I think even that bubble is about to burst, and we might be seeing the first signs of that already. I have said this, and I've already gotten into hot water with this with some collectors in the chat. So um, I hope it won't get me into too much trouble. But I think uh, I have to say this: I don't think any brand is immune to the difficulty of investing in watches or even retaining value in certain cases. Right? I don't think any brand is totally immune from that with their entire catalog. But yes, if you're looking at one or two brands or one or two kind of watches, these kinds of choice Rolexes and Patek Philippe's and FP Jaunes continue to be the darling of collectors and the auction circuits. Lot number 2236. This is the reduced size Nautilus, the Nautilus 3800. A young Thierry Stern had one. It was perhaps in a way hotter than the original Jumbo in the 80s and the 90s. And I find it actually quite an elegantly shrunk version in terms of its proportions. As you see, it has a date wheel that matches the dial in terms of its background, and a center sweep seconds, which was, of course, not a feature of the original jumbo of the 3700. And ultimately, I think it's a very interesting version to wear. This one is in yellow gold with the blue dial. Relatively rare for that. I think there's still some value to be found in the two-tone iterations of the 3800. This particular example is apparently from 1987, comes accompanied with the archival extract that confirms that, and that makes it the first series of this reduced sized version in yellow gold. The estimated value was set between 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs in the lead up to the auction, and the piece is currently being bid at 42,000 Swiss francs with about 6 hours to go at lot 2236. And St. Peter says, I love the sweep center seconds, almost always prefer it to petite small seconds on the subdial, no matter what you want to call it. Listen, I think, I love the original versions without the seconds. And I don't want to wax poetic, but it's a luxury sports watch, right? Kind of, it fits with the ethos, right? Why get so twisted about the passing of each second, right? You're above that if you are wearing a Royal Oak or a Nautilus on the wrist. That being said, I think overall, of course, sweep center seconds is very much within the purview of a sports watch as well, period, right? You expect that, especially, in our age of watch collecting, we almost always associate sweep center seconds with a sportier watch and seconds on the subdial or small seconds with a dress watch. Of course, there's always exceptions. I think, yeah, the Nautilus looks great with sweep center seconds. And I think they just went with that, right? 5711 has sweep center seconds, 5811 has that. They kind of, quote unquote, upgraded after 3700. Whereas when it comes to AP, when it comes to the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, even with the new movements, right, even with the caliber 7121, they have kept that two-hander look for 16202, for the new reference that was introduced for the first time last year, that was introduced for the 50th anniversary. We're talking a lot about Patek Philippe, so let's just go with it. This is another one of my favorites. I like it even more now that the entire reference number was discontinued. This is the platinum version, the 5960P. It is a watch that's kind of a contemporary and maybe décontracté answer to the 1518 of a bygone era, right? If the 1518 was introduced in 1941 as the first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph, I think Patek couldn't have come up with a better way of celebrating the 10th anniversary of their proprietary annual calendar complication, which kind of brought the perpetual calendar down to earth for us mere mortals. And in this case, in a reference number, in a combination that was first introduced in 2006, combined it with a self-winding chronograph, of course, with the added flyback functionality. I believe the 5930P itself was introduced in 2006, and I think it has that aesthetic of a classic dressy look with a sporty complication. As you see, this is a full set. This particular piece is from 2011. And I kind of like the tidy single register look for the chronograph. Sometimes people call it the bullseye configuration. As you see, it combines the 12-hour counter with a 60-minute counter that indicates 0 to 30 in a red inscription, pardon me, on the outside, and then in navy you have 30 to 60 on the inside. And as you see, you have a navy hand for the 12-hour counter and the red hand for the minutes. And through this porthole like opening, you also get the day and night indicator. Power reserve at 12 o'clock, right under the dates. At around 10 o'clock, you have the day of the week, and at around 2 o'clock, you have the month. Beautiful sunburst or starburst gray dial. I think this is a fantastic watch in all its iterations. I think the white gold version is really beautiful, has that quote unquote pilot's watch aesthetic, both with the standard leather strap that comes with it and that nod to the Tasti Tondi, the iconic Patek Philippe chronographs 1463. The white gold version has pushers that have the same engine turn decoration. 5960P, of course, doesn't have that. 5960A, line 1, of course, has the 5960 line 1A, of course, has the beads of rice bracelets, which is just great. I like it as an aesthetic. I like it also as a much more sportier version of this, but you can't beat Platinum Patek, I guess. This is lot 2233 for the Patek Philippe annual calendar chronograph with flyback functionality in platinum, the reference 5960p. It is being bid at 40,000 Swiss francs right now. The estimated value before the auction was between 40,000 to 60,000. There's an interesting Calatrava there, again, a rather obscure reference. We look at 3919, perhaps. We look at 5127. 3919 has the hobnail bezel and the enamel, the porcelain dial, right, with the Roman numerals. And 5127 has the crown guards. 5117 kind of takes the best of both worlds. I think ultimately creates an aesthetic that's neither here nor there, so it's not necessarily my preference, but I feel that it's kind of in line with what Patek has been trying to go for in the Calatrava line more and more recently. So this is a 36 millimeter case in yellow gold for this particular example, with a white dial, Roman numerals, date at 3, leaf styled hands with sweep center seconds, south winding movement with an exhibition case back, of course, still with that hallmark of Geneva that defined Patek for quite some time until 2009. This particular piece, this particular example, comes with a presentation box from a later age, as well as its accompanying outer packaging. I mentioned that it's a rather obscure reference that was only produced for about 5 years in the early 2000s. With a pre-auction estimate ranging from 6,000 to 10,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 2232, which is a 5117J, Patek Philippe Calatrava in yellow gold, is currently being bid at 9,500 in Swiss francs. I'll share the link in the chat, so if you would like me to pay particular attention, dive into any one of the lots in some detail, feel free to send the lot number with a super chat and I will go right into it. I think I will continue with this beautiful GMT Master. This is a 1675 /8, so to speak. It's the 4-digit reference, which you can almost immediately distinguish with the applied coronet at 12 o'clock, in addition to, of course, the iconic nipple dial. In this case, you have a faded burgundy bezel which I almost prefer, even though I'm always of two minds about this, but I almost prefer it to the original bicolor, which of course is quite distinctive when it comes to the GMT Master, and it does have that day and night functionality as well, of course, dividing the 24 hours into two neat parts. In this case, you have a chocolate brown dial that is also signed by Tiffany, right above GMT Master there. And the watch does not come with its matching bracelet actually, but that suede or nubuck number that they have matched it with is not a bad look. It's not a bad look for it. Again, this is a GMT Master in 18 karat yellow gold with the brown nipple dial, reference 1675/8, once retailed by Tiffany and Company and signed on the dial. Thus, its provenance is from last fall, November 2022, Christie's Hong Kong auction, where it was lot 2478. And even as the pre-auction estimate was set between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs, this piece is currently being bid at 32,000 francs with less than 6 hours to go. Right next to it, we have two 5-digit Daytonas, two Daytonas from the Zenith era, where Rolex reintroduced its sports chronograph range in 1988 for the first time with an automatic movement with a self-winding caliber that was built on the base of Zenith El Primero caliber 400, named thus because it had the claim for being the first. This is an early version that sometimes goes by the name of an inverted 6 dial, because if you look closely to the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, the numbers are placed radially on the subdial, and the 6 being flipped or inverted practically looks like a 9. So that's why they call the early examples of these Zenith Daytonas the inverted 6. Sometimes that's a particular series or mark of dial when it comes to reference 16520. This is the white dial version of that, with a case back sticker that is still intact, and that bears that reference number, as well as the Rolex crown or the coronets. The piece comes with an undated Rolex warranty papers, product literature, sales tags, and the leather wallet for those documents. No one has bid on it yet. The pre-auction estimate was set between 20,000 to 40,000 Swiss francs, and the starting bid would correspond to the lower end of that estimate. There's a black dial version of it, which looks quite nice as well, with some patina going on for the outer dials of the chronograph registers, kind of like a bone color. And you will see, of course, the same thing going on right here with the inverted 6. Now, this particular example comes with guarantee papers dated 1997, a leather card holder that goes with that holds those documents, and some sales tags. I have talked quite favorably about the 16520. I think over time, when it comes to self-winding pieces, these are the ones to get. Them being at that transition of Rolex from the classic vintage tool watch models into the contemporary era of their dominance, of their serial production, of a different model of construction, of in-house movements, and the rhetoric of vertical integration that accompanied it. I think it's a very different era where production numbers shoot through the roof, of course, most importantly, but where we also lose, at least in part, some of the charm of these classic tool watches, of these classic sports watches. But perhaps most importantly, I think the Zenith Daytona is an interesting entry point, is an interesting value, because it represents this neo-vintage era, perhaps more ably or more fully than many other Rolex models, because we literally know these pieces by the name of another brand, the Zenith Daytona, right? And that might seem like it's a detriment at this point in time. Trust that it's going to be quite something else in the future, because Rolex will never source movements and do so openly and transparently in the near future. So chances are the 16520, that first generation of automatic Daytonas from 1988 to 2000, I think are the ones to get if you don't want the newest and shiniest and whatever else, of course. Um, and of course, all of this comes with the caveat that sitting on your hands for a couple more months, if not until next April or May, might be the best decision in so many ways, because I think the prices are continuing to dip. Of course, if you find a great deal that you feel obliged to not miss, or if you find a great example of the watch where you don't mind paying a little bit of a premium, that might always be a good choice too. And I think there are still models where there is some sort of value, and 16520 is certainly that. I'm hoping 16528s, the gold versions of these, are slowly gonna come back to more reasonable price points again, at which place I might myself not be able to resist. But anyway, this is lot 2227. It's a black dial version of the so-called Zenith Daytona with an inverted 6 dial. Reference 16520. The pre-auction estimate is 20,000 to 40,000 Swiss francs, and the starting bid would be, with less than 6 hours to go, 20,000, which is the lower end of that pre-auction estimate. Please hit the like button. By the way, I would really appreciate that. And if you have any watch-related questions, or if you want me to talk more in depth about any particular lots in this auction, please send in the lot number with a super chat, and I have already included the link down there. Speaking of legendary Daytonas, there are a few very interesting examples. Of course, perhaps the one that's most obviously quite stylish, but also not very authentic, is this one that they call Oyster Splits. An example of the reference 6265 with a champagne dial and black chronograph registers. The reason this is called Oyster Split is because it says Rolex Oyster, kind of has a skipped line where it says superlative chronometer officially certified, and then the cosmograph inscription wraps itself around the upper part of the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. As you see, there's not even quote-unquote Daytona inscription or branding on the dial. And this particular piece is matched with woven mesh style yellow gold bracelet, which gives it a very unique look. Of course, it is not an original look. You know, there's a tradition of presenting sometimes watches and configurations like this as a unicorn or as one of a kind, which has been done in the past. So people nowadays approach them very in a much more ambivalent manner. But it's still pretty interesting look, I must admit. And I kind of like the Um, just the case of the watch, I think, is quite beautiful in combination with that champagne dial and black chronograph registers. You can see from the back that the case is in decent condition. Screw down pushers with a little bit of an oxidation here and there, a few hairline scratches here and there from installing the bracelets. Classic Varju based movements for the hand wound chronograph, column wheel, with that Rolex bridge. This piece had a pre-auction estimate set within the range between 150,000 to 250,000. That is to say, $250,000 in Swiss francs. There's still no bids, with around 5.5 hours to go. But the starting bid would be 150,000, so the lower end of that estimate. Speaking of inspiring combinations of black and gold, this is that same reference, 6265, with a black dial and champagne chronograph registers. The 6265 movement, as we mentioned, is of course powered by the caliber 72.7, built on the base of Varju 72. Its gold examples are, of course, quite limited in 18 karat as well as the American market specific 14 karat versions. This is an 18 karat gold version with a matching bezel and screw down pushers. Quite a beautiful and substantive case with crisp, legible hallmarks. Even better presented, preserved, I wanted to say, of its sister watch that we were just looking at with the champagne dial. And as you can see, it is accompanied with a presentation box as well as the requisite product literature, the warranty papers, and the leather wallet to hold them. This is a piece that has also not attracted any bids yet. The estimate was set between 120,000 to 180,000 in Swiss francs for lot number 2203, which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6265, in yellow gold with the black dial, champagne chronograph registers. The starting bid of 120,000 Swiss francs is not yet triggered for this piece. Lot 2201, which is essentially the first lot in this collection. This is a Daytona in stainless steel. One of the most iconic looks, if you think about it, with the bakelite acrylic bezel insert that is set within the matching metal ring in a stainless steel case. Screw down pushers, a silver um, a silver dial with black registers, of course, here tropicalized, right, with kind of mottled brown, mottled rusty brown look, which I find very attractive, by the way. I just love this look. Here is a shot from the profile. The watch is presented on a generic strap. That's perhaps a small loss. Of course, it would have been a lot more attractive on the original oyster bracelets, or even a Jubilee bracelet from the same time period. It could certainly be interesting. This is also a piece that has not received any bids. A starting bid would be in the range of 60,000 in Swiss francs. The estimated value of the piece was assessed to be between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. This was the first oyster version. Sorry, this replaced the first oyster Rolex 6240. And 6263 was the sister reference to 6265. With its black bezel insert and screw down pushers. Of course, those serve a functional purpose, right? They do enhance the waterproofness of the watch, and they also, of course, I think add to the look of the watch. I know from a functionality standpoint, the screw down pushers might be a little unwieldy, but I think they look cool. I mean, I always preferred piston like pushers, honestly, but from an aesthetic standpoint, screw down pushers look cool, especially in this old school design. This is lot 2201, which is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6263, with the panda look, bakelite bezel, screw-down pushers, and tropicalized chronograph registers. Lot 2205 is a very interesting example of Rolex day dates for a couple of reasons. Especially when you go all the way back to the 4 digits, the classic reference 1803. Pink gold examples are already quite difficult to find. They're already relatively rare. Here it is matched with that brick style bracelets in a configuration that is called El Dorado. And that is, as you can see, a Rolex bracelet, pink gold day date, reference 1803, matched with the pink gold brick style Rolex bracelets, makes this a very precious and interesting example of a vintage day date with the Dauphine hands, the obus-shaped markers, which are interestingly doubled at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. I wanted to say attractively doubled. I mean, the whole thing is quite interesting overall. Pie pan style champagne dial. Very, very beautiful watch. This is lot 2205 for a pink gold Rolex day dates with the matching Eldorado brick style bracelets. Another piece that has not yet attracted any bids, but the pre-auction estimate was set between 30,000 to 50,000 Swiss francs, which means that the starting bid could be setting off at 30,000. At lot 2206, you have a very intriguing example of a platinum day date. I think there's something quite captivating about white metal day dates in general. I like the white gold versions too. Of course, there is an even more rare version of the day dates that sometimes crops up at auction, namely the stainless steel ones that were made for watchmaking schools, usually in Switzerland, right, where Rolex would send them as an example of the model of the complication, so that young aspiring watchmakers can fine-tune their skills on repairing that particular complication specifically. But that's another thing altogether. I think there's something quite captivating about it because they're so recognizable, especially when it's matched with the presidential bracelet anyways, but also in a way low-key compared to their yellow gold and even pink gold counterparts. And I think, therefore, they get away much easier with a jam set dial. I think white gold day date with a diamond set dial, or a platinum day date like this with a diamond set dial, looks very elegant. Of course, the fluted bezel came into the sphere of platinum day dates just last year. It was introduced at Watches and Wonders 2022. So this one has a smooth bezel, unsurprisingly, coming from all the way back from mid 70s roughly, and it is a beautiful blue dial, again with diamonds for the hour markers and the Khanjar symbol at 6. This is the insignia for the Sultanate of Oman, and it has two crossed swords with a superimposed traditional Omani dagger on top of them. Here, this is all in red. Sometimes this symbol is accompanied also with a further crown on top, the royal version of that insignia. In either case, this particular example looks quite nice. Reference 1802 for a 70s platinum day dates matched with its presidential bracelets, blue gem set dial with a red Khanjar symbol at 6. The piece is currently being bid at 90,000 Swiss francs, where the pre-auction estimate was set between 60,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs. That was lot 2206. You can see a theme perhaps for the next 5, or you might even say 8 pieces, because they are all, in fact 9 pieces, because they're all day dates of various shades that all carry some sort of Omani connection. Lot 2207 is the 1803 in white gold, a matte blue pipe hand style dial with a green Khanjar at 6 o'clock. That's champagne gilt writing for the minutes and seconds scale. It's quite beautiful and is a great complement to the off-white / champagne background for the day and the date wheels. An interesting combination of colors, because you have those gilt / champagne details on the dial. You have the matte blue backdrop, and then you have the green Khanjar symbol at 6 o'clock. Some might say there's too much going on. I think it is a quite interesting piece, and unlike some of the other pieces that we have looked at, this one actually comes with a lot of interesting documents, as well as a presentation box that itself carries the same symbol. As you can see, it's a red leather Rolex presentation box that has both the Rolex coronet and the Omani Khanjar. Papers from the service conducted all the way back in 2006. This is a white gold Rolex day dates, again from mid 70s and with the reference number 1803. The pre-auction estimate was set between 15,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs, and the piece is currently being bid at 22,000 Swiss francs. Please don't forget to hit the like button. For a small channel like mine, it makes all the difference. Thank you for being such great supporters of the channel. If you want to contribute more, of course you know how. The links are already there in the video description, and you can, of course, always send in super chats, super stickers, and leave comments as super thanks as well if you wish. We're looking at the online section of the Passion for Time collection, which caused quite a stir in Geneva about 2 weeks ago, and the online selection is closing in less than 5 hours now. So what better time? We're looking at lots 2208, which is one of those Rolex day dates with this Omani theme. We are actually looking at a rather unique one right now. This is a reference 1811, again a 70s day date, but distinguished by the bark finish on its bezel, as well as the center links of the presidential bracelets. A silver dial, this time with the Omani Khanjar in green at 9 o'clock, and with Arabic dates and day wheels, which certainly enhance that special flavor of this day dates. This is lot 2208, a 70s Rolex day date in yellow gold with the bark finish on its bezel and its center links, Arabic day and date wheels, and the Omani Khanjar at 9 o'clock. Before the auction, the estimated value of this watch was set between 15,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs, and it is being currently bid at 18,000. You have kind of a companion piece to that, to the 1811 that we were looking at the previous lots. This is lot 2209 with the red Khanjar symbol at 6. Again, in yellow gold with a bark finish on the bezel as well as the center links of the presidential bracelets, and the red Khanjar symbol at 9 o'clock looks absolutely delightful against the backdrop of a champagne dial, which of course is kind of the gold standards, no pun intended, for the Rolex day date, right? The champagne dial is perhaps the most predictable, but it just goes so well with a yellow gold day date. It's hard to argue against it. The pre-auction estimates was set between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs, and the piece is currently being bid at 20,000 Swiss francs. I feel like there are gonna be some decent deals in this auction. Not necessarily in these watches, by the way, just so you know. I'm not necessarily implying that, but there's just so much that I feel that some of them are bound to slip through the cracks. And remember, the hungriest and the most enthusiastic collectors have already descended upon Geneva, so they might be taking a little bit of a break from buying watches, and from buying watches from this collection specifically, especially in the wake of the controversy. Or maybe this is just wishful thinking on my part, and the last minute bids will just flood the whole thing, and it will, everything will be set right. Who knows? We're looking at lot 2210, another Rolex day date with the Khanjar symbol on the dial. This is 18038, early 80s Rolex day date with the single quick set, meaning that you can, quote unquote, correct the date from the crown. The double quick set reference is the 5-digit 18238, which makes it a nice compromise between vintage and contemporary, actually, which happens to be my favorite day date reference. But there's a lot to love and a lot of value to find in 1803 and 18038. This particular piece, again, has the champagne dial, Roman numerals on the minutes, seconds track, in addition to the baton markers for the hours, and the royal version of the Ammani Khanjar at 6 o'clock, which looks very cool against the backdrop of a champagne dial. Again, an absolute classic, but with a little bit of a special flavor thanks to that rare stamp, thanks to that rare detail on the dial. here it is from the profile. Looks quite delightful. This is lots 2210 for the Rolex day dates. Single quick sets, reference 18038. Yellow gold on the presidential bracelet with a champagne dial adorned with the royal version of the Khanjar symbol in red at 6 o'clock. The piece is being bid at 16,000 Swiss francs. The pre-auction estimate was set between 15,000 and 30,000 in Swiss francs. We have a very interesting version again of an all gold Datejust with an anthracite gray dial and a bark finish on the bezel as well as the center links of its matching Jubilee bracelets. I did say bark, but I want to correct myself because this is kind of like a Florentine finish, like a hand-hammered detail, both on the center links of the Jubilee and the bezel of the Datejust. I think it looks quite amazing, very unique. And the dial color actually looks quite nice too. You know, a rich gray, certainly more like an anthracite from the full frontal look, but from the profile it almost has the feel of a slate gray. In either case, I think it's a nice contrast from the all gold aesthetic. Again, has the Khanjar symbol at 6 o'clock. The estimated value of the piece was 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. So the starting bid would be, and no one has yet taken a chance, on lot 2214. The starting bid would be 20,000 in Swiss francs. And this is Rolex Datejust from mid-70s, all in yellow gold with an anthracite gray dial emblazoned with the Khanjar symbol at 6 o'clock, reference 1611. Coming right back, we have this trio of Rolex day dates, again in yellow gold, again with Armani signatures, but something perhaps a little more subtle. The personal signature of the late Sultan Qaboos. As you can see, this piece is a yellow gold Rolex day dates from the 70s with the reference number 1803. A silver dial, pipe hand style with Arabic numerals on the minute track. I think quite a nice look, even somewhat austere for a day date, you might say. And a very nice detail for that caboose signature, which is again quite subtle, but also absolutely distinguishable and distinctive on the dial. Here's a look from the profile. This is lot 2211 for a yellow gold Rolex day date from the 70s with the matching presidential bracelets. Reference number is 1802. The pre-auction estimate was $20,000 to $14,000 with less than 5 hours to go. There are no bids on the watch, but the starting bid would be at the lower end of that estimate, which is to say 20,000 Swiss francs. By the way, speaking of ways of supporting the channel, of course, you can always become a member. I have not yet uploaded this week's exclusive videos, but I'm going to do that momentarily after I wrap up this broadcast at midnight. But that's a great consistent level of supporting the channel for about $5 a month, getting 3 exclusive videos before everyone else on a weekly basis. So if you're interested, that's always fantastic for me. We're looking at the online section, online selection from Passion for Time. And this will close to in less than 5 hours now. And you're looking at lots 2212. Once again, Rolex day dates in yellow gold, this time from the late 70s. It's a single quick set, reference 18038. Single quick set meaning that you can actually set the dates quite quickly from your crown. The double quick set would allow you to do both. That wasn't introduced until reference 18238. This piece has the so-called lemon dial, which also goes fairly well, quite nicely, with the classic look of the yellow gold day dates mounted on its presidential bracelets. Of course, this is also a version of the Rolex day dates that has a gem sets dial, which has diamonds as its hour markers. And I think now that I take that closer look, there's this sticker on the case back that's still intact. And by and large, the condition of the case looks quite nice too, with sharp lugs, crisp hallmarks underneath those lugs. But I was saying a second ago, I think this is a champagne dial. It's just the lighting that tricked me for a second. And of course, it has the signature of the late Sultan Qaboos at 6 o'clock as well, upon the inscription for the chronometer certification, above the inscription, I should say, with the pre-auction estimate set between 15 to 30,000 Swiss francs. The piece is currently being bid at 16,000 Swiss francs, and it has a modern presentation box as well as a service guarantee from 2020. Finally, we have an 1807, which is a very interesting look for Prezi, so to speak, for a day dates, because it has the black dial and the red signature, which is a look we associate a lot of times with Rolex sports watches, especially with divers, right? Like the red Submariner, reference 1680, or the double red Sea Dweller, reference 1665. But this reference 1807, with the bark finish on the center links of the presidential bracelets, as well as what looks like an hand-applied version of the fluting on the bezel, looks absolutely stunning. And the black pipe and dial is quite distinctive, and in fact is, I think, further distinguished with the red signature for the Sultan Qaboos. For this particular reference, I can't say there is an excess of interest. The pre-auction estimate was set between 20,000 to 40,000 Swiss francs. So the starting bid would be 20,000 for lot 2213. There's so many other day dates in the collection, and I'm not sure if I want to go through every single one of them, but I do want to pay attention to lot 2218, which comes in a captivating combination of green and gold, which is quite often a winner for Rolex. It has the so-called green vignette dial, a kind of gradient green. You might even say fumé in a more contemporary designation that we associate with Moza, for example. Once again, it's a gem set dial with diamonds as hour markers as well. Otherwise, you're looking at a classic reference 803 Rolex day dates in yellow gold, mounted on a matching president bracelets, but of course with the distinction of this diamond sets smoked green dial, and basically the original set of presentation material with the warranty papers from 1978, the product literature, the leather wallet to hold the documents, and of course the date presentation box that you have seen. I think the dégradé or the gradient or the smoked vignette dial in green is absolutely beautiful in combination with the yellow gold case. This is lot 2218 for an 18-karat yellow gold Rolex day-date mounted on a matching presidential bracelet with a diamond set dégradé green dial, reference 1803. The piece has not yet attracted any bids with less than 5 hours to go, but the pre-auction estimate was set between 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. The 2224 is a platinum day-date with a salmon pink dial, sunburst, that's diamond sets, and also diamond setting on the lugs, leaving the smooth bezel as a distinctive element of the platinum day-dates. Kind of a feminine look, not to say that it shouldn't be worn by a man, but this is the 18 to 96 platinum with gem setting on the dial and the lugs from mid-90s with salmon sunburst dial. Piece has not attracted any bids yet, but the pre-auction estimate was set between 30,000 to 50,000 in US dollars. In Swiss francs, I meant to say. I don't know where that came from. Oh, sorry about that. I want to look at a few different things. We have a few interesting Royal Oaks, so I will go with them. 2238 is the so-called Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. This was the Royal Oak chronograph that was made for the Russian Armenian chess champion at a certain point in time, the 26-300. A kind of copper brown dial with orange accents, which I think is very attractive and rather original, with a Grand Tapisserie kind of chocolate bar look in this color combination for the dial. I think very fun and captivating color combination. Of course, for me, the date window at 4:30 is an absolute deal breaker, but otherwise the watch looks perfect. And of course, it's practically comes as a full set with the original warranty and certificate of authenticity, the accompanying product literature, as well as the original presentation box and outer packaging. Classic 39 millimeter AP Royal Oak chronograph, the so-called Kasparov model, reference 26300 in stainless steel with the chocolate dial and orange accents. The estimated value of the watch was between 20,000 to 40,000 before the auction, and the piece is currently being bid at 20,000 Swiss francs with less than 5 hours to go on the clock. We looked at the Vacheron Constantin overseas dual time, which was in pink gold and an example of a limited edition at lot 2245. But at lot 2240, you have the Royal Oak dual time, the reference 26120. This is from 2015, so it has a case size that's a little more akin, at least in terms of its diameter, to the Royal Oak Jumbo. This is 39 millimeters. There is the 36 millimeter version, the 25-730. This is a more modern iteration of the dual time complication in the Royal Oak case, reference 26120. Grand Tapisserie dial, power reserve indicator, day-night indicator, This reference time at 6 o'clock and a pointer date at 2 o'clock as well. Kind of a silvered white opaline dial, which has a low-key distinguished look for this complication. And the piece is currently being bid at 22,000 Swiss francs, with the pre-auction estimate set between 20 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 2241 is a limited edition platinum Royal Oak, one of only 75, made to commemorate the 10th anniversary of AP Italy. As you can see, superimposed on the exhibition case back. This is number 45 out of 75. A 39 millimeter with the sweep center seconds. So this is kind of the, platinum version, you might say, of the long discontinued now 15300. And the reference number is 15310 PT in this case. The watch is mounted on a taupe alligator skin leather strap, of course, with a matching AP déployant clasp as well. Has a true silver dial with the tapestry pattern, as it's sometimes called in English, and pink gold dial fixtures, which include, of course, the initial logo at 12 o'clock, as well as the handsets. This is lot 2241 for a limited edition of the AP Royal Oak in 39 millimeters. You might say it's a variation of 15300, and the reference number bears that out, 15310 PT in platinum, again, to commemorate the 10th anniversary of AP in Italy from 1996 to 2006. No box and papers accompany this watch, and it's currently being bid at 32,000 Swiss francs, whereas the pre-auction estimate was set between 25,000 to 45,000. I'll leave you with a very interesting example of wandering hours complication by Vacheron Constantin. Over the last few years, the Mercator, which is a similar concept in terms of its aesthetic representation, or aesthetic presentation, I should say, but with a different kind of complication, with a different way of displaying time for Vacheron Constantin. These series that was a tribute to quote unquote great explorers, and Magellan in this particular case is perhaps less widely known, perhaps because it's even harder to come by. I'll take a quick break here. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Please hit the like button in the meantime. I really appreciate your presence and all right, I am back. And we are here with the online portion of the Passion for Time collection. This was the perhaps the single most interesting auction from about 2 weeks ago, part of the fall auction season in Geneva, and it was only made more intriguing for the controversy that surrounded the main portion of this auction. An additional 117 lots were put up on sale in this online selection, you're looking at a very interesting Wandering Hours piece from Vacheron Constantin, a great time-only piece that uh, combines a few different specialties of the house. Of course, the two-level Chanlevé enamel dial is perhaps the highlight. It's a gold dial with the time display as a cutout in the lower portion. What is shown is a map of Cape Horn, Tierra del Fuego, and the Straits of Magellan. You have, again, a Wandering Hours display that you can peek through that cutout at the lower half of the dial. And there is a Latin inscription at the lower edge of the dial that is dedicated to, quote unquote, the great explorer Magellan. The piece is a full set accompanied by its original box and papers. The 40 millimeter Vacheron Constantin yellow gold case is matched with a déployant clasp, and you can see the back of the case. It's a closed case back. Is also adorned with that compass rose symbol. So in a way, these kinds of pieces, whether we are talking about the Mercator series of the great explorers or the great explorers here, is a great accompaniment, actually, if you think of it, to the modern overseas watches, right? This is reference 47070, a Vacheron Constantin Wandering Hours piece in yellow gold with Chanlevé enamel dial in 22 karat gold. That is a tribute to Magellan. The pre-auction estimate in this case has been superseded by the current bids, which we have not really seen very often in this auction. But with less than 5 hours to go, this piece, the lot 2244, is currently being bid at 48,000 in Swiss francs. Thank you for being here. By the way, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. It really, really does help. We have a very interesting piece in 2246 by Gégé Lecoutre, but I also want to pay attention to the Gérard Janta Jump Hour piece with retrograde minutes and retrograde dates. So a double retrograde complication in a way they call biretro. This is an octo biretro in pink gold, has kind of a roulette dial in black and red. You have at the traditional 12 o'clock under minute 30, an aperture for the jump hour. The minute scale is kind of a downward facing crescent, which is further calibrated at that center octagon for each minute. In the lower portion of the dial, you also have a scale for the pointer dates, which is indicated by a retrograde hand as well. So you have those hands snapping back at the top of the hour when the hour jumps, and snapping back to 1 at the beginning of the month. I've always been a big fan of the octo case design. I like the multi-layered sculptural look. Of course, the octo biretro is almost a different watch, you can say, even though the design details are shared with the octo finissimo. But with the octo finissimo, of course, the accent is on the finissimo. It is an ultra thin, ultra fine, as it were, very flat and sleek watch, whereas octo actually really leans into that thickness to accentuate its sculptural shape. And also, of course, this is a bigger case as well. 44 millimeters. This particular lot comes with its original box and papers, which are displayed right here. Interestingly, Bulgari's presentation of the Gérard Janta brand matches this black and red aesthetic as well. And here is the exhibition case back, which gives you a glimpse of the caliber, finished with that unique œil de perdrix finish. Very interesting. This is lot 2243 for Gérard Janta jump hour retrograde by retrograde piece, octo by retro, jump hour retrograde minutes, retrograde date. The pre-auction estimate was set between 6,000 to 10,000 in Swiss francs, and the watch is currently being bid at 7,000 Swiss francs. At 2246, we're looking at the Jaeger-LeCoultre monopusher chronograph, the duomètre chronograph. It's very interesting for me, this type of chronograph. Breguet has a similar concept in what they call chronographe indépendante, the reference 777, part of the Tradition series, because in the run-of-the-mill chronograph, the time and chronograph functions, the timekeeping and chronograph functions share the same power source. The duomètre separates it, right? So there are two barrels with two main springs. One powers the time and the hour and the minutes, the timekeeping, and the other powers the chronograph function. This particular piece also has a very interesting dial configuration, as you can see here. The hour is in the left subdial, that is placed at around 10 o'clock traditionally, or at 50, so to speak, right here. The chronograph registers with its hours and minutes is on the right. Compared to that, you can see the two hands. And at 6 o'clock, you have a very interesting subdial, which has jumping seconds basically in 1/6 of a second increments. And through this cutout, you basically have the power reserve indicators for the separate functions, right? For the hour and chronograph. Single button chronograph in pink gold, 42 millimeter case. A very interesting movement, again, conceptually, but also in its application. I think very beautiful one too. I think I would love to add one of these, or that Breguet Tradition chronograph indépendante to the collection at some point. Let me show you one of those as well right after I finish this. This was lot 2246. The JLC duomètre chronograph with the pre-auction estimates set between 15,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs. The watch is being bid at $18,000 Swiss francs. Let me see if I have an example of that 777 reference Breguet at hand. I might not, but I can probably find one in Chrono 24. I mean, those unfortunately are not necessarily cheap, but beautiful looking watch and a very interesting concept. Again, you have that quasi symmetrical layout of the caliber served up on the main plate with an off-center dial for the hours and minutes. Of course, as always, silvered, produced out of a gold blank and engine terms. And you have, again, the concept of two power reserves, basically, the 55 hours for the timekeeping functions, and actually 20 minutes for the chronograph, which essentially serves as both the power reserve indicator and a counter. And here are the two pushers. This is the white gold version. Very cool piece. I like the movements, and it's kind of pseudo industrial finish in gunmetal gray and kind of frosted look. These are currently right around $50,000, so it's a little too rich for my blood. We were looking at the example of the Jaeger-LeCoultre duomètre chronograph at lot 2246, which is currently being bid at 18,000 Swiss francs for the online selection from the Mohammad Zaman collection, Passion for Time at Christie's. Let me see, I'm taking a quick look through some of the other remainders. I'm trying to see what else we can present. There's a lot of interesting pieces. Look, I mean, from the Beauvais chronograph to the black dial version of the Premier Retrograde that I'm wearing, to various Vulcain and Arnold and Son pieces, flyback chronograph from Glashütte Original, a three-piece platinum set from Gérard Perregaux. But I think I have a rough way of seeing where to go. I want to look at lot 2248, which is a limited edition Lang und Heine watch. Let's take a look. The Friedrich is a very distinct design with a round case, slightly protruding crown guards, and three-pronged lugs that connect the watch to the leather strap. But this is essentially a limited edition of that, and it's called Friedrich August. It has, in this particular instance, white enamel dial and Louis XV style hands, matched with a pink gold case. Very ornate, stylized Arabic numerals that are also enamel painted on the enamel dial. Minutes inscribed in red along a railroad style track. Here's a look from the profile for this Lang und Heine Friedrich August. Here's a look at the business side, so to speak. The classic three-quarter plates, hand engraved balance cock with a swan neck regulator, snailed wheels, beautiful oversized heat-blued screws, and the rubies that are set into gold chaton. All quite indicative or recognizable signatures even of the kind of Saxonian watchmaking that is associated with Glashütte and Dresden, of course, which is Lang und Heine's home base. With about 4 hours and a half to go, this piece, again, number 90 of Friedrich August in pink gold by Lang und Heine, which has its original sets of box and papers, matched with a pink gold Lang und Heine buckle. These are relatively oversized watches, at least for what I expect from a dress watch, so I should note that. I think about 43, even 43 and a half millimeters in diameter. This is lot 2248 for a Lang und Heine Friedrich August number 90 in pink gold. The piece is currently being bid at 20,000 Swiss francs. Speaking of Saxonian watchmaking, we have two pieces that come from the Lange 1 series, although they're not your usual Lange 1. This is an early reference of the time zone in platinum. You can recognize those very easily, one from the lack of daylight time adjustment reference at this pointer along the city's ring, but also in terms of the additional arrow markers or arrow pointers, indicators for the day and night displays for the reference time and the local time. This is essentially Lange's stab at the world time concept. The two dials have their separate day and night indicators. The case shape and the dial display largely takes after the classic Lange one layout. Of course, you have a pusher with which you can correct the big dates, and you have a pusher also which can help you cross from one time zone to another, which is the concept that gives the name to the watch, the Lange one Zeitzone or time zone. And as always, of course, one of the most beautiful things about Lange pieces as they age, as they take on this sort of weathered effect, the three-quarter plates of those movements that is fashioned out of German silver. That's a mix of nickel, copper, and zinc, which starts its life with a kind of yellowish hue. Of course, actually develops a certain patina over the years, so gets this rich champagne-like tints as well. Beautiful Glashütte ebbing on there. This platinum time zone Lange 1 at lot 2249, reference 116025. The pre-auction estimates was set between 20 to 40,000, but the piece is currently being bid at 26,000 Swiss francs. That was a 42 millimeter piece, and this is a Grand Lange one, which is also 42 millimeters, unlike the classic 38.5 millimeter sizing. This piece, of course, is time and date and power reserve indicator. The big dates, of course, at around 2 o'clock here, overlapping ever so slightly with the off-center dial for hour and minutes. And you have roughly around 4 o'clock the subsidiary dial for the seconds, overlapping perhaps in a more serious way with the hours and minutes dial. Of course, the power reserve indicator has a hand that pivots at 3 o'clock and a kind of two-tone dial with a black backdrop for a kind of slate gray with pink gold accents, which match the tones of the 42 millimeter pink gold case. This piece doesn't come with its box and papers. As you can see, you can observe the effects of time in a way that I've been talking about the German silver three-quarter plate, specifically when you look upon the movements as it develops a patina through the years, which is very interesting and very pleasant when it comes to Lange watches specifically. This particular piece, Grand Lange 1, in a 42 millimeter pink gold case with a lovely two-tone, or you can even say three-tone dial if you count the pink gold fixtures in addition to the black backdrop and the gray sub-dials, the gray off-center dials. The piece is currently being bid at 17,000 Swiss francs at lot 2250. Lot 2251 is a yellow gold version of the Lange 1815, which is a kind of distilled classic expression of Lange's tradition of timekeeping. Old school elements, which is sort of a tribute to the forefather of the brand, F.A. Lange. Yellow gold case, a dial crafted from solid silver, seconds on the sub-dial at 6, railway track for the minutes, and heat blued alpha styled hands for the hour and minutes. Again, let's take a look at the hand wound classic movements for this traditional dress watch. .36 millimeters for the yellow gold case. This is a Lange 1815 by A. Lange und Söhne, reference 206025, sort of 021 for lot 2251. The estimate was set between 5,000 to 10,000 in Swiss francs, but there's quite a bit of interest for this piece, and with less than 4.5 hours left on the clock, it is currently being bid at 9,500 in Swiss francs. We have about half an hour left for this broadcast, so feel free to drop a like. And if you would like me to discuss anything watch related, including any specific pieces from this auction, from this collection, feel free to send the lot number with a super chat. In either case, of course, you can simply send one to show your support, but I thank you for your support and presence in either case. We are looking at the online selection from the Passion for Time collection. This is, of course, Mohammad Zaman's collection. And Mohammad Zaman is I think one of the recognizable important collectors of our time. Of course, has his connection to Amman, and therefore you have a lot of interesting pieces that mark that collection, that represents that connection on the dial. And this particular watch is perhaps one of the more unique and more modern pieces. Of course, we know the Omani Khanjar from a series of uh, Rolex pieces. We have also seen it in other iconic pieces from Patek Philippe, and I believe a lot more rarely from AP as well. And if I'm not mistaken, some pieces from Vacheron Constantin too. But Chapek is a relative newcomer in the space, which is not to say that they don't represent an important aspect of the tradition. After all, they take their name after the founding partner of Patek. This piece, as far as I understand, was made for the 50th anniversary of the Sultanate of Oman, since it has the representation of the country's map, uh, as well as the crown at 12 o'clock, and the number 50 in Arabic, fleur de lis styled hands. .5 millimeter pink gold case with a gray and pink gold dial. Here's the presentation case. Of course, the piece comes with the original box and papers. Look at the Quai de Berg movement. And here, once again, is a look at the dial, which has small seconds and the 7-day power reserve, as well as the day indicator in the form of two subdials placed at 8:30 and 4:30 respectively. This is one of the pieces that has not yet attracted any bids, and we almost have about 4 hours left. Interesting example of a relatively recent, relatively modern watch that pays tribute to the Sultanate of Oman, Chapek Kedeberg in a pink gold case for the 50th anniversary of the Sultanate. The pre-auction estimate was set between $20,000 to $40,000. The starting bid would be $20,000 for lot 2254. At lot 2259, we have this interesting three-piece collection prestige Richeville. This is the tonneau-shaped case from Gérard Paragot. It's at once their take on the traditional barrel-shaped case, but also kind of similar to the Tortue as well, as you can see. This piece includes a flyback chronograph, a perpetual calendar, and a watch with time, dates, and power reserve indicator as well. The three-piece sets from 2002 with these 37 millimeter platinum cases also has its original box and papers, including the product literature, instruction manual, and the outer packaging and whatever else. The platinum cases are matched with white gold Gérard Paragot déployant clasps, which I don't particularly enjoy. I kind of feel cheated when I see a white gold clasp or buckle accompanying a platinum case. Your mileage may vary. In each case, you have a beautiful anthracite gray dial with applied Breguet numerals. The perpetual calendar, of course, has a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock and a leap year indicator at 12 o'clock as well, in addition to the three calendrical displays. The flyback chronograph also has a date window at 4:30, and the power reserve piece has a two-tone dial with the small seconds at 9 o'clock, the power reserve indicator at 4:30, roughly speaking, and at 1:30, a window for the dates. Speaking of this, since it's three watches, in fact, there was a relatively conservative estimate for this, three platinum watches between 15,000 to 25,000, and lot 2259, which is a set of three platinum Girard-Perregaux Richeville pieces, the classic barrel-shaped flyback chronograph, perpetual calendar, and the time dates power reserve indicator. This set is currently being bid at 18,000 in Swiss francs. At 2260, we have the Parmigiani Fleurier Calpa XL hebdomadaire with the 8-day power reserve, the enlarged case for the Art Deco shape that combines actually a rectangular case with the barrel-shaped case. Very interesting design, a kind of a sculptural design that characterizes Michel Parmigiani's earlier time periods as an independent watchmaker. I think this 8-day power reserve has a fantastic architecture. 8-day power reserve movement, I wanted to say. Beautifully decorated. I think these are still underrated, even though they may not be as great of a deal as they once were, as great of a steal, you might even say. This particular piece has this grill-like semi-skeletonized dial that gives you a peek onto certain elements of the movement, but mostly exposes the date wheel. And this piece, which had a pre-auction estimates that was set between 4,000 and 8,000 Swiss francs, with about 4 hours to go, is currently being bid at 4,800 in Swiss francs. Tiff Nadal. Yeah, thank you. Always, always. And you know where to come, where you want to push the envelope a little bit, where you want to step outside of the box, where you want to look at those watches that you can't necessarily see elsewhere. Lot 2272 is the Roger Dupuis Monégasque in the time only. It's a time only piece. The Monégasque is kind of a simplified and sportier version of that classic design, the Sympathie. This is in pink gold and 42 millimeters. Comes with a matching pink gold buckle. A very interesting dial design, aesthetically speaking. A silvered sunburst finish with pink gold rings framing both the center of the dial and the seconds. Pink gold accents for the numerals as well, with the branding, the signature taking center stage at 12. The number is right below it. The rest of the movements, the rest of the numerals for the hour markers are laid out on the track. I think these are beautiful pieces, hugely underrated. I think for the kind of watch you are getting, The designs might be segmenting, so to speak, quite divisive in terms of the taste, but uh, a lot of times you are getting movements and watches that are a finished at the level that is worthy of a hallmark of Geneva that you're seeing here, very proudly displayed on the self-winding rotor. But of course, it's featured on the bridges as well. And there you go, the full set. And you see the certificate of origin. That is also the certificate from the canton of Geneva that we were talking about just now, the COSC certificate as well. This piece had a pre-auction estimate set in the range between 8,000 to 12,000 in Swiss francs, and the current bid stands at 8,500 for this Roger Dupuis La Monégasque reference 86-100 at lot 2272. At lot 2273, we have a version of the watch I'm wearing today, the Premier Retrograde. Of course, one of the most distinctive things about the Daniel Roth watch is its case shape, the so-called double ellipse or ellipse of curvex, a signature element of the design. Even though it's so distinctive, perhaps people miss out that there are a few different iterations of it. The two major ones are perhaps the original, which is more sculptural and has angular elements, which are especially noticeable in the lugs. I'm going to show you a classic version of this model in a little bit, but using my watch as an example, I want to display the more streamlined design of the later commercialized pieces, which especially proliferated. Oof, that blue looks amazing. Especially proliferated after the Hourglass's acquisition of the brand. But you see the contours of the case actually make the watch quite wearable on the wrist, even though the case shape itself is very unusual, which is not to say that there is an ergonomic fault to the original case shape. But I think both of the two main designs have a lot to recommend between the two of them. I want to show you an example of the original design. I think they have it on the website now. the Danny Roth website. Yeah, you see how they're milking that double ellipse. It's everywhere. On the tourbillon. And there we go. The retrograde. So this was the original design, which itself took after a pocket watch tourbillon that was presented by George Daniels in his book on watchmaking. That had a retrograde hour hand and a very interesting display that jumped from 1 to 1 o'clock. I kind of like Danny Roth's approach to it because it's more of a day-night kind of vibe, right? 6 a.m. is a good time to wake up. 6 p.m. is a good time to kind of put an end to the working day. So I always like the fact that the hour jumps from 6 to 6 as if to signify that transition. And in his original application of the concept that's oversized subdial on which the downward facing crescent of the hours scale of the hours track wraps around was actually 4 seconds. Here is a look at the movements from behind, which is a version of the Lemania base. And here's a look at the case from the profile. As you can see, it's quite different from the watch that I'm wearing now and from what we were looking at right here. This is the Danny Roth Premier Retrograde in stainless steel. The reference number is 807L10 with the black dial, retrograde hour hand, and a pointer date at 6 o'clock, quote unquote. The piece is being bid at 4,500 in Swiss francs. I believe the watch comes with the box and papers, which means that it has the warranty certificates as well as a presentation box that goes with it. This is from the back. We have 10 more minutes, so I'm gonna perhaps present a few more watches. Maybe when I come back with the oak collection, we can take a look at some of these beautiful pocket watches that were part of this collection and that absolutely did not get any shine. Maybe we can see how they performed, how they were sold, if they were sold, coming back to it, because there are a lot of interesting Patek Philippe and Breguet pieces included as well. But for now, let's take a look at lot 2282. Over the last few years, Beauvais seems to have kind of found its particular niche and had an immense spike in popularity. Um, this is a piece that's from perhaps a different era, you might say. Um, kind of an They also had interesting chronographs from their collaboration with Pininfarina. This is the Sportster Saguaro, stainless steel PVD coated case with pink gold accents matched with a pink gold buckle. You guys know these pieces are kind of modular when it comes down to it, in the sense that they can be worn on the wrist. They can be um, kind of, you can use the strap as a kind of stand, and also you can use basically half of the strap to kind of sling it down in for a pocket watch feel. Art Deco style Arabic numerals, big date at 6 o'clock, skeletonized broadsword hands with centrally deployed chronograph, seconds hand in serpentine styling. Continuous running seconds at 6, with the depth rating presented there. And you have a pulsometer on this polished Reho that is graduated for 15 pulsations. A very interesting piece. I think somehow it confounds too many expectations, right? If for something named the Sportster, you would really expect, I guess, a tachymeter on the dial, right? I don't know, but anyway, it's a cool looking piece. I really like the Frederic Piguet caliber 1185 based Pininfarina versions of this chronograph, but this is not half bad either. However, with about 4 hours left, no one has placed a bid on this piece yet at lot 2282. The pre-auction estimate was set between 6,000 to 12,000 in Swiss francs. So the starting bid would be 6,000 in Swiss francs. Okay, 2 more pieces perhaps one more. We're looking at a limited edition Glacerte Original flyback chronograph with, this is called the Panograph. The piece comes with its box, but no papers, apparently, one of only 200 pieces. This is one of the most high-level pieces that is released by the Swatch Group owned representative of Saxonian watchmaking. Hand wound column wheel, lateral clutch, chronograph movements with flyback functionality. And of course, it has an interesting sector for the chronograph display. The movements looks beautiful, and it's decently decorated, right? Because when you say Glashütte, you think of Lange, and obviously this hardly rivals that, but for largely machine-led finish, it's a quite interesting architecture, and it's a pleasing display. Obviously, you have the big dates at around 4 o'clock. Is there a crack on the crystal? I think there's something like that. Continuous running seconds that overlap with the off-center dial. Of course, centrally deployed as well. And you have that minute counter in the form of a fan-like scale that is represented asymmetrically. That's 30 minutes counter, of course. This was made in 200 pieces in platinum with an interesting kind of tuxedo style black dial with silver accents. The estimated value of the piece was 10 to 20,000 in Swiss francs. So far, no bids with less than 4 hours left, but the starting bid would be, of course, set right at, in fact, at the lower end of that estimate. Please hit the like button if you want to send any last minute support. Feel free to do so. You know, you can always send a super chat or super sticker. You can become a member of the channel. And if you want to contribute in other ways or more, there's always the links in the video description. I wanted to say before we finish with 2261, of course, there's a more complicated version of this piece that was produced in an even more limited manner called Pano Retrograph, which we can talk on another occasion. Let me know if you would like that. The 2252 is another limited edition Glashütte Original chronograph in platinum, this time with a green color scheme with a much larger piece of 44 millimeters in platinum, one of only 50 pieces. This is number 44, matched with a platinum buckle. This is a self-winding movement, as you can see from the back. Once again, obviously it's not necessarily at the level of haute horlogerie, but it's not a bad finish at all. It's not a bad architecture to look at. And the dial itself is quite interesting. You might even say captivating. This is an off-center time with broadsword hands, luminous, kind of a more sporty execution, as you can see here. The chronograph seconds hand has a luminous chapter ring right here, given quite the prominence. And of course, there is the small seconds and a minute counter on separate subdials as well, not to mention the big dates, which is at 2 o'clock in reference to the off-center dial for hours and minutes. This is the Glashütte Pano Navigator or Pano Navigator, a chronograph with flyback functionality in a 44 millimeter platinum case, one of only 50 examples, kind of a forest green theme. The piece at a pre-auction estimates set within the range between 10,000 to 20,000 Swiss francs. This is lot number 2026, which is being bid at 11,000 Swiss francs with less than 4 hours to go. All right. This is it for today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for easing me back into live streaming. Tomorrow, I will be with you with a very special episode, the first of a new segment, RAR or RAR, references and auction results, focusing on the generations of FP Jaune tourbillon. We're gonna talk a lot about the reference T, the original that started it all in 1999, and that was made after the 1991 prototype. We are going to also talk about Tourbillon Nouveau, which followed upon the reference T and replaced it around 2004 and was a long-running reference up until 2018 when it was replaced with the Tourbillon Vertical, the vertically placed 30-second tourbillon. Of course, we're going to talk about that watch as well as the T30, the one that was inspired by the original watch, original pocket watch tourbillon that François Bourgeon built with his own name on the dial. Of course, we are gonna have occasional references to limited editions and other rare iterations of the piece, but we are going to focus on the main references, recognizable series, and we are going to have some samples of auction results so we can look at larger trends. With that being said, I thank you for your support and presence. Thank you for interacting with me from the chats. Thank you, especially St. Peter, for your super chats. And to everyone else, thank you. Good nights. Stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. Click that link and make sure you are here at our usual time. Goodbye.